Welcome, welcome, everybody. Welcome, you lovely faces. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, you lovely faces. It's always lovely to see your faces, even though I cannot see your beautiful faces. I'm changing it up a little bit. I'm trying to. I'm going to see what it's like without the startup screen for a little while. See how everybody likes it. We're always changing here at Rose Repair and Resale. Welcome, welcome to everybody coming in. It is lovely to see you. Actually, nope. I clicked the wrong button. Sorry, still going through my typical shameless self promotion here. So, y'all bear with me. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Lovely to see your faces. To all the new people joining, welcome in. Welcome. For those of you that are watching on YouTube, if you have not subscribed, I am on subscribe only chat. So you will need to subscribe if you would like to come and hang out and chat with our lovely community of humans. Welcome, Russ. Welcome, my friend. Lovely to see you. Let me just get this promotion out of the way here. Got to put myself out there in the most platonic of ways. All right, just about done over y'all. Just about done over y'all. Welcome in, everybody. If you're just joining, welcome. Lovely to see your faces. Hang out for a little while. Everybody say hi. Introduce yourselves. Welcome yourselves back to the chat. Just be polite. Right. And just about done. One more little place here, and we're going to get right into some repairs. I hope everybody's having a great weekend so far. Go. There we go. Post. All right. We in this bitch. 6-0. Welcome, buddy. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Why does that appear on my main, but not? What the hell? All right. Let me just refresh chat real quick. Sorry, my messages weren't coming through properly, apparently. Welcome, everybody. It is lovely to see so many lovely faces. Oh. I just cleaned this area, and it's already a fucking disaster. As it goes. Oh. All right, first things first, out of the way. Oh, we hydrating, baby. Let's see, what do we got here? Pink grapefruit. That's what we're rocking today. Hell yeah. Salud. Oh, that's nice. That's real nice indeed. All right, so as always, we're going to kick it here for a little while. We're going to let some people join in, have ourselves a grand old time. Oh, hope everybody's doing well. Happy Saturday, Sunday, whatever time it happens to be in your neck of the woods. Just going to hang out, shoot the shit for a little while, and then we will get right into these repairs. Now, I hope some of you have brought your thinking caps, because one of these repairs I need assistance on. Hopefully somebody smarter than me when it comes to this shit will help me out, because I'm at a bit of a loss as far as where I can go from it. But we'll get to that. It's all in good time. All right, we'll get there. Oh. All right, just taking care of some business on the phone here. Bear with me. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome, welcome. Hey, Dave. Welcome, buddy. Welcome, welcome. Lovely to see a beautiful face. All right. How far are we now? It's only about 8 minutes. We're going to hang out like another 2 or 3 minutes. Let some people slowly drag their happy asses in here. And then we'll get started in just a couple minutes here. So thanks, everybody, for being so patient. I hope everybody's had a wonderful night. You want to come say hi? You want to come say hi to the people? With your thumbless self? No? You being real grumpy right now? She's being real grumpy right now. Look at that grumpy face. Look at that grumpy face. It's just so grumpy. She don't want to be on camera. That's fine. That's fine. What you working on, Dave? Oh, Lord. Well, look, Daryl, to each his own. You know, sometimes if my brain overheats, I'll sit here with a real dumb look on my face, and I'll say something stupid. So just hang out. You never know what's going to fucking happen. Oh, yeah, I saw the eBay one. I'm glad you got that worked out. That Southbridge was a pain in the ass. But awesome. I'm glad to hear it, dude. Yeah. I missed the stream, but I caught the end of it. I went back and rewatched it. Where are we at? All right, 10 minutes. We'll go ahead and get started at the 10-minute mark here. So, I do have an interesting one that I'm hoping you guys might be able to help me out with. That's since we have a lovely community of people here. But first and foremost, It is time for another special edition of Roy's Roaches and Repair. This was brought to me a little earlier today from a customer. It is a PS5 Slim with no power, and they had started taking it apart, and they saw a roach crawl out of it, and that was the end of them taking it apart. So, first things first, bag alert is right. All right, we gloving up, baby. All right, so as usual, when I get these in, it has been soaking in, well, I say soaking, I sprayed it down inside and out with 99% alcohol, and I wrap it up in a trash bag, and you can see it's tied tight around the top right here. That's both to keep the gas in from the alcohol to help smother them, as well as making sure none of them get out of the bag. And this is very effective for roaches. If you got to deal with roach-infested consoles, I know some people use the freezer method or whatever the case may be. But this has worked out very well for me, and I don't have to put anything in my deep freezer. So, bag always means roaches. That's goddamn right. Oh, yeah. So I did not see any roaches when they got it to me. However, I did see all of the usual signs of roach infestation. Now, like I said, they did start to take this apart before it got to me. So it is already partially disassembled. But, as we'll see in just a moment here, Chris, good to see you, buddy. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I've got a couple little babies in on the inside of the bag here. Yeah, that's where. Well, I have a feeling that's what we're going to be dealing with right now is a bad power supply that a roach got to. So I'm going to end up putting that in my pile of power supplies that I'm going to donate to somebody. All right, so I'm going to take a quick picture here for the customer. My phone doesn't recognize me with my hair back. Okay, anything major? Okay, I don't see anything major as of yet. Okay, so it's hard to see on camera right now, but there is a little baby roach right there. Let me see if I can get it down a little bit further. There you go. So you can kind of see it right there. Yeah, that little baby right there. All right, so we're going to finish taking this apart. The customer already did start it, so this is the exact condition that I received today. I did not do anything to it. This is exactly where the customer left off. I'm assuming they either couldn't find this warranty sticker with this last bolt right here. That's why it's kind of jacked up on the sides. Or they saw the roach and just decided, fuck that. Which, yeah, I don't blame them. Where are we? Here we go. Okay, separate this. Oh wait, they actually gave me something to put these screws in. Never mind. Hold a moment. Okay. All right. That should be all of it, right? Yep. Okay. So we've got all the telltale signs. Again, it's hard to see on this camera here. But all the telltale signs of roach infestation, and a pretty severe one at that, minus the carcasses. That's the only thing I'm not seeing right now, which is somewhat concerning. But we'll get there, all in good time. So first things first, let's try, now this came to me, oh yeah, yeah, you can see it around here. There's stains all over it. You'll see more once I get it under the microscope and things like that. I'm sure you'll see all kinds of fun stuff. Where'd it go? Yep, got one by the disk drive connector right there. Oh yeah, yeah, on the fan connector, yep. So, we will do that right now. Grab my multimeter. All right. So the multimeter is in. I'm just going to ground it out right here on the board. And if we come right here, I believe is where it should be. And yeah, we're only getting 2.5 volts as opposed to the 12 volts. And you can see it's steadily dropping. So take it off and put it back on. Yeah, and we're at 1.9, just steadily dropping. So that is not normal. Yeah. So that power supply is absolutely taking a hit. It is trying to put 12 volts in. Matter of fact, here's what we'll do. Let's take the... So I took the cord out of the power supply. All right, so now we're at 1.29 and counting. So I'm going to plug it back in. Yeah, so it gives 12 volts for like half a second and then immediately drops to 4 volts and just keeps on dropping down. So, my guess is the power supply is shot. Yeah, no, I'm sure I do. The problem is that I've already had one power supply blow up on me, and I'm not willing to do that again. So, let's see. Do we have any kind of... Is the LED missing? I feel like the LED's missing. Sorry, hang on a second. I'm still not hearing any beep, but they may have turned that off in the settings. Yeah, it is missing. Okay, there we go. It's mostly back in place. Sorry, it was... Hey, Carthor, welcome, buddy. All right, so now I've got the LED in place. Okay, yeah, so we have absolutely no power whatsoever. just dead. So that power supply is for sure shot. Excuse me. All right, so let's finish getting this thing apart. There we go. Now, these ones are the easier ones for me. I know what you mean, though. They can be a pain in the ass, but these ones I like way. I like working with these way more than like the ADP 400 DRs or ERs or FRs. Mostly because you don't have to worry about that goddamn Wi-Fi plate. Get all these screws out. And what we'll do once we get these screws out is we'll plug it back in and we'll double check the 12 volt input on the actual motherboard and see what we're getting there. But I have a feeling it's going to be the same thing where it's an initial 12 volt output and then immediate drop. So while this one might be boring, I assure you the second one that we have to work on is going to be anything but boring. It is a puzzle and a half. I have been working on it for literally almost a week, and I am getting stuck. So I'm hoping that the lovely people of this community and people who are far smarter than me will be able to help me with this. And if not, then we give it back to the customer and say we couldn't fix it. But I know it's fixable. I just, for the life of me, cannot figure it out. So that one will be far more interesting than just a simple power supply swap here, which I'm assuming is just a power supply swap. All right, let's go ahead and pop this off. I think I got all the screws. Let's go. No, different one. Not the RAM one. The RAM one we'll have to come back to because that's a personal console. It's not for a customer. Although I did purchase a broken PS Portal that we can work on at some point in time. I actually have to take the screen off to get to the back end. This whole right side here is just not working at all. So he told me it was dropped, so the ribbon cable probably came loose in the back. But to get to that, I have to take the whole screen off, and I've never done a screen replacement period before. So it'll be fun, but that's one for another time. Okay. Now, the other one we're going to be working on is a Series X, which I am not as familiar with. I've done plenty, but I'm not as familiar with them as I am a PS5 as far as diagnostics go. All right. Where is my tool? There's my tool. All right. Let's get this board out. Oh, actually, no. I'm sorry. I almost played myself. So, actually, grab my multimeter again. So let's see if it's the same thing when we put on the 12 volt here. So right now on the positive terminal, we are at like 90 millivolts. So if we plug power in, yeah, you get an immediate 12 volt and then immediate drop. And it just continues dropping voltage from there. So the power supply is for sure short, 100%. Now, I've definitely seen far worse as far as roach-infested consoles go. So, I mean, as it goes, this is not one of the worst I've seen by far. Also, welcome to all the new people. Welcome in. Be sure to click the thumbs up button on YouTube. Click on subscribe. Let's take the power supply out before we do dumb shit. Follow your boy on Twitch. It's a beautiful time every Saturday here at ROG Repair and Resale. Okay. Let's see here. I mean, the back of the Wi-Fi module, which is usually the worst on these as far as roach damage goes, really is not that bad. I have seen far worse. But we'll come back to that. Yeah, no, thank you, buddy. I caught that just in time. All right, y'all, excuse me for just a moment here. Just got to run to the restroom real quick. Everybody hang out, talk nicely to each other, and I'll be back in 2 minutes. Ugh. we back, baby. Here we are. All right. Yeah. Okay. So now that we are back, I do want to check just the power supply by itself, make sure that it's nothing on the board that's causing that 12-volt short. All right. Just double check ourselves here. Yeah, so same thing. It's not as bad without the board in, but you can still see it started at 10 volts and it's just steadily dropping. So yeah, for sure, bad power supply. Hey, Daryl, we'll both be working at a Series X this evening. That should be fun. Where did I put my telephonic device? There it is. Gotta take pictures of the bugs. All right. Go ahead and remove this up the lower plate. And it looks like they've already removed the lower screws. Oh yeah, roaches always be getting zapped. All right, there we go. Just leave those off to the side, and like I said, it looks like they already removed those lower screws. Oh yeah. Hello, friends. Yeah, buddy. Well, I mean, that tells you about all you need to know, doesn't it? Huh, there's even one hanging out of the power supply. All right, let's move this for the time being. Let's put that over here for right now. Definitely not the best I've seen. Oh, hell yeah, Daryl. Semper Fi, bud. I'm an Army brat myself. I respect all service work. All right. Oh, yeah. So I don't know if you'll be able to see it quite easily, but right there you can see there's a little roach hanging out of the power supply. Delicious. Good to see you, Trick. Always a pleasure, my friend. Ah, there's the big mama. I was waiting. I couldn't find a single one of the mamas on here, but I found it. And y'all didn't say nothing. Y'all didn't say a damn word. That's how y'all treat me? I thought we were friends. There we go. That's where you were hiding, you big bitch. All right. Well, let's get the new power supply in. Brand new power supply. Beautiful. Oh yeah. That's just the loveliness that we get to work in, my friend. There we go. All right. Come back in with our heatsink. Right. There we go. Let's get that screwed back down. All right. And last one. Okay. And now I gotta find the power supply screws, which I think they stopped using the pointed ones on the slim models. We got 1, 2, 3 for the top, so these must be the other two. Yeah, I don't think the slim models have the sharp points on them anymore to differentiate them. So that's at least some positive. Damn, dead APUs are the fucking worst, man. I'm sorry to hear it, bud. I am hoping to have a rework station here soon, though I am unfamiliar how replaceable those APUs are. I don't know if that's something you can actually swap out on a PS5 board without swapping a whole bunch of shit that doesn't make it worth the money. Right here. Not the one? That looks like the one. There we go. All right. Well, there's that. Let's put our board back in real quick and just give it a quick test. Go. Yeah, I didn't think so. That is a goddamn shame on those. There we go. All right. Just keep you on my lap for right now. Let's plug our ribbon cable back in here. This ribbon cable looks like it's seen better days as well. Like way better days. Okay. Ribbon cable is in. There we go. And 3, 2, 1. See, I can't tell if this is just broken LED or what. I suppose it'd be easier if I plugged in an HDMI. Let's see if I have any signal, or if the LED is just broken. But that LED was missing, so it might not be registering properly. Yeah, okay. So yeah, it actually is on. I mean, you guys can't really see right now, but it's actually on the PlayStation screen. Yeah, so it's on. It's just the LED is broken. Now I wasn't gonna plug the fan in just yet. It's not necessary for just a quick test to make sure it powers on. But a broken LED is less than ideal. See, the thing is, I don't see the LED on the power board at all. Now, I don't know if that's a setting where they can just turn it off. Well, actually, yeah, I do know that there is a setting that you can just turn it off, but it does appear to be broken. Yeah, I can see it now. There is a broken LED on there. I don't want to have to charge the customer for that is my problem. Yeah, I have a replacement board. That's not the problem. It's just that this is already an expensive repair for the customer, and I don't want to have to charge them again for another replacement part if I don't have to. If they're fine with it not working, then I'm just gonna I'm gonna leave it not working. Shut it down. So I am just reaching out to the customer and seeing if they want me to do a replacement on that LED, because the console is working. It's just the LED doesn't turn on. So if that's something they want to, if they're okay with the LED not turning on as long as it works, then I'm just going to leave it as is. And then, I don't have to charge them the extra money for the replacement board. But if they want the LED to work, then, I got to go dig out a parts board and put a replacement in there. So I'm going to give them just a minute or two here to respond to me. So give me just a quick second. All right, we're going to hang out here for just a minute and see if they get back to me relatively quickly here. And in the meantime, I can unplug the power supply because we know everything works now. It's just a matter of seeing if they want to do the LED. So in the meantime, we'll put that aside for right now. We're not, it's not going anywhere. It is fixed. So it's fixed as far as functionality goes. That's where we are right now. And that's where we're going to leave it for right now, until I hear back from my customer. In the meanwhile, this is where all of you lovely people are going to come in handy. So, what I have is an Xbox Series X. So, backstory on this Series X. Customer brought it to me for an HDMI replacement. Now, okay, customer said they're fine with it, so that's fine. They're fine with the LED not working. Okay. Yeah, customer's fine with the... Oh, take it easy, croupier. I appreciate you coming by, buddy. Customer's fine with the LED not working, so we're just going to leave it as is. I'll put it back together a little bit later, and we'll go from there. Anyway, back to this. So this is a Series X. Customer brought it to me for an HDMI port replacement, which I successfully did. However, me, being the dummy that I can be sometimes, I did not test the functionality of the power of the Xbox before I did the HDMI swap. So after I did the HDMI swap, I put it back together and I tested it, and it was a beep on, beep off. Yeah, exactly it. So, so it turned out to be a beep on, beep off. I did my own research. Yeah, I might have. I don't know. That's the thing. I don't know if I broke it or if it was already like that because I didn't test it. That part is on me. But after the HDMI port replacement, it turned into a beep on, beep off. I did my research. I found out that there's a 5-volt regulator that happens that blows a lot when you do HDMI port swaps. It can blow that 5-volt regulator that's right by the ESD. So I swapped that, but inadvertently I put the wrong one on. I grabbed it from a 3.3 volt rail instead of a 5-volt rail. So it worked for half a second. Well, it worked once. I turned it on and it worked. It stayed on. But as soon as I put it back into the chassis and tried to test again, right back to beep on, beep off. So I took it apart. I found what I believe is the correct regulator on a Xbox One OG board. I put it back together. This time it's staying on. It's consistently turning on. But as you'll see in a second here, I have no display. So we're going to continue working on this, and we're going to try as a group, as a collective, as a hive mind that we are, to figure out why this thing is not displaying properly. So in the meanwhile, I will test it again because I haven't tested it in probably a day or two. So everything is still plugged up. We're going to put power in. We're going to turn our power board on and make sure it still turns on. And it does. So we still have power. It's kind of hard to see, but we have power. So it's staying on. But if we try to plug in an HDMI, come in here, put an HDMI in. I did double check the pins on the HDMI, all the usual shit. I always double check my work. But if we come in here and we check our HDMI, you'll see, well, you can kind of see in the corner there, that there's no signal. Power's still on, it's staying on, and it shuts down properly. If I press the power button, it shuts down normally. So it's not an SSD issue. So here is the thing, Dave. That's where this gets interesting, and that's why I need help with this. So, what's interesting about this is, let me take this out real quick. I'm also going to take this power board out because we are going to have to take it back apart. That much I know. Let me take this ribbon cable out real quick here. But that's where this is where the part gets interesting. So with it plugged in, we're going to leave that on. See, that's what I thought as well, but I'm not sure. And I'll show you why in just a second. Oh shit, I have to turn this on for the 5-volt to work. God damn it. Sorry. Hang on. Okay. So, power plug, plugged in. You can't really see it. It's plugged in. Power board, turning on. Still turning on just fine. Just want to put this somewhere where you guys can see it. Let me move this over slightly here. Okay. So I'm in voltage mode. Now, if I go to pin 18, I've got 5 volts. If I go to pin 16, I've got 5 volts. If I go to pin 14, I've got 3-ish volts. I think 13 was the other 5-volt one. So I've got like 4 volts on 13. But the weird part, yeah, there's no voltage on 19, which I think is normal. But again, I've got 5 volts on 18, which I'm supposed to have. I've got 5 volts on 16, which I'm supposed to have. 17 is no connect, so no volts, that's fine. 15, got 5 volts. 14, only like 3 volts. 13, like 4 volts. And then this is where it gets really weird. 12, I'm supposed to have 3.3 volts. I have like a volt. And that's all the way across the board. So on all of the data line pins, I am almost positive I'm supposed to have 3.3 volts. Unless that's only in standby. But I'm getting less than a volt on all the data lines. There's pin 4. It's pin 6. 7, 9, 10. Yeah. So, what I did was I changed the retimer chip, thinking that might have been the issue because I was getting those same readings prior to the retimer swap, and it did not change it. So, I'm getting the correct 5 volts from the ESD that I'm supposed to, but I am almost positive on these data lines, the certainly possible. Diode readings are totally fine. We can check that in just a minute, but I did already check them. They are completely normal. It's just the voltage that's fucked up. I did replace the retimer already. We can definitely double check to see if I knock something off. That is entirely possible. I'm also concerned that maybe I grabbed the wrong regulator and it's giving me the 5 volts, but it's not stepping down to the 3.3 or something's fucked up with it. But I don't know enough about these to know for sure. So, but here, let's power this down real quick. But I'm almost positive, even with this turned on, I should have 3.3 volts on the data lines for the HDMI. I'm almost positive. All right, so let's pull this Nexus cord out. Let's pull our power out so we can get diode readings. Okay. Get you guys back on screen here. So if anyone is in chat, ET, welcome, buddy. If anyone is in chat that is familiar, if you're supposed to have 3.3 volts either in standby or with power on, I would appreciate that confirmation because I am almost positive you're supposed to have it when it's turned on, but it could just be standby. Maybe I'm wrong. No, look, I'm all for double checking my own work, okay? All right, so we are now in diode mode. Let me move this over slightly so you guys can see a little bit better. So we'll start with pin 1. Yeah, we're at 0.78 voltage drop. That's totally normal. Yep, 0.786 on 3, on 4, on 6, on 7, on 9, on 10, on 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 is no connect, 18, and 19. So all of the diode readings are 100% correct. It's just the voltage that's fucked up. So now that I have it in standby mode, let's see if I have... I know I don't have my 5 volt standby because it has to be powered on to get up 5 volt. So you'll see here, yeah, we got no voltage. It's just, dropping off the residual voltage. Pin 1. Pin 3. Pin 4. Yeah. So it is power on voltage. It's not standby voltage for the 3.3. But I'm almost positive you're supposed to have 3.3 volts on those data lines when it's powered on. And I'm not getting 3.3 volts. So that's where we stand on this right now. So let's go ahead and take it back down apart. Let's double check my work here. Okay. Yeah, it's a weird one. I've never run into this before with this this board before. Alright, let's come in here and give this a little wiggle out. Oh, trust me, you and me both, my friend. Between the Series X and the EDM 020 PS5s, they are the bane of my existence. And it's because of the damn sandwich board design. That's the biggest problem. Is that you can't test it properly unless you have both boards connected, but even then, you can't get to both boards at the same time. It's a fucking nightmare. Alright. So let's go check my work real quick. That is priority number one. Is to double check my work. Okay. Let's get the microscope over. Let's bring it on up. Of course, the microscope is now fucked up. Okay. So I'll put this down a little bit. Okay. So there's the port I replaced. As you can see, it's totally fine. Like, it's a perfectly soldered port. Come in with some tweezers just to show you that the legs are all soldered on fine. Yeah. Legs are soldered on totally fine. We'll check inside the port and make sure I didn't gunk it up with flux or anything like that. Yeah, I mean, you can see there's no flux in the port, anything like that. Pins are totally fine. So that's not our problem. So then, I did a retimer swap. And we'll double check my work there. Yeah, I mean, it's not lined up the most straight. Well, yeah, I mean, that could probably do with a quick nudge and a reflow, I suppose. But even so, it looks fairly well connected. Except on the end there, it does look like it's a little bit off. So that could be at least part of our problem. We'll reflow that chip. Let's just take a look at the rest here. Yeah, see, that looks totally fine. That looks lined up perfectly. You could probably do with a little extra solder. So we'll touch up those pins as well. Yeah, I mean, it's slightly off center. But I feel like even just touching up those pins would probably take care of the problem. All right, so let's do that first. Let me grab my knife edge real quick. All right, so we'll come in with just a little bit of flux. Well, I say a little bit, it's going to be more than a little bit. You know what? I need my even smaller tip. Find that fucking thing. There we go. There we go. Right. Okay, and then last side over here. Okay. Alright, so that's now all been tightened up. I can take these goddamn gloves off now. They're pissing me the fuck off. Oh, and they ripped. Excellent. Tremendous. Okay, so that has all been tightened up. Let's get it cleaned up a little bit. Okay. So now I think what I'll test next is the diode readings coming from the chip to make sure those are correct as well. Yep, caps are all there. As far as those ones go, we still have other places to look at. So, all right. So, yep, that's good. That's good. 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 Still pretty fluxy there, but I'm doing this left-handed. That's why it looks shitty. All right, that one does not seem good, unless it's just fluxy. Let me come in there with a toothbrush real quick. A little alcohol. A little toothbrush. A little scrubby. Okay, I believe it was this one we were testing. Okay, yep, that's good. That's good. Okay. Yeah, so all those diode readings are fine. Let's pop over to continuity mode real quick. And just double check our lone cap over here. Yeah, so that is not short. Let's pop over to resistance mode and just double check that our resistors, these are all 0 ohm resistors. So they should all read 0 ohms. 0 ohms. 0 ohms. Huh? You guys can't see a goddamn thing. Yep, 0 ohms. And 0 ohms. Okay, so those are all 0 ohm resistors, and they are all still showing 0 ohms. Nothing shorted to ground on the input side. Just testing a couple of things here. Testing a couple things off camera, don't worry. Okay. So that's all showing accurate. So let's take a look at the other thing. So if we flip the board over, all right. So that is the regulator that I swapped out. This regulator right here is the one that I swapped. Now again, it's turning on with this regulator, but I don't know if it's giving out the proper voltage. I'm just double checking a few short, make sure I don't have anything shorted here. So nothing shorted. And I'm pulling up the diagram. Just bear with me 1 second while I get that pulled up here. Okay, that actually is interesting. Okay, hang on a second. I'm gonna take a look at some readings here. So I'm taking a look through some of the schematics that I have. And it does look like okay. So I'm just going to check some of these resistance values real quick. And not continuity. Let's check resistance. So this should be 10K. Yep, 10.01. That's perfect. R600 should be a 0 ohm resistor. I have open line. I don't think I should have open line. Okay, there we go. Yep, so that's 0 ohms as it should be. Okay, 10K on that cap, I believe, should be accurate. That's about right as well. 10K there. Uh, 83 kilo ohms seems high for that area. This I just can't get a good reading on at all. There we go. Okay. Yeah, so I've got 10K here. $10K there. Open line here seems strange, but it may not be. The leg I'm touching now is ground, so that's fine. 83.4 kilo ohms on that leg in particular. Hey, Timbo, what's up, buddy? Good to see you, bud. Okay. So, this leg of the transistor is showing 83.4 kilo ohms resistance to ground, but it's going into but it's going into a 0 ohm resistor, which doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I've got 83 kilo ohms going into this resistor on either side of it, but it's a 0 ohm resistor. So that doesn't make much sense. Let me check diode mode real quick. Is either one of these shorted to ground? No. Okay, resistor's not shorted. Let me check diode mode on that resistor real quick. .51 seems about right. Yeah, that seems about right. .68, 0.48 over here, 0.40. I mean, everything is telling me it's probably this transistor. It's not giving the correct fucking... It's not sending the right voltage. But the problem is that I don't have a donor board to pull the exact fucking regulator off of. The Series S doesn't have that regulator. It does have USB regulators, which should be the same thing. But you'll see, this is a Series S board, a donor board that I have. Theirs is just a... Oh, I believe you, Trick. I absolutely believe you. Theirs is just a 3-pin. Now, I believe these USB regulators will work. Oh, sorry. You can't even see. If I'm not mistaken, I believe those USB regulators are the same thing as far as the 5-volt regulator, but I'm not 100%, and that's where I'm running into the fucking problem. No, it's not the same. The ground pins aren't the same. Yeah, it's not the same. Fuck. Xbox Series X, my friend. Damn. I'm trying to find one of these fucking regulators where the ground pin is actually where it's supposed to be. And I think the ones on the Series S are built differently. Because everything that looks relatively the same has a ground pin on the wrong fucking point. Yeah, all of these have the ground pin as pin number 2 instead of pin number 3, which is what I need it to be. That's the wrong one anyway. Oh, motherfucker. Yeah, it's all pin 2 ground. Damn. Okay. All right, hang on. I'm not giving up just yet. I have other boards. Let me go grab a different Xbox board. Hang on. Hold up. Wait a minute. I'm pulling up all kinds of schematics right now, guys. Just bear with me here. And of course, this one doesn't want to fucking load. Okay, whatever. All right, 1 second. Let me go grab another Xbox board. Hang on. It's 1X. Oh, it's 1S. S. You know, 1S boards for fucking days, so hopefully a 1S board has something I can work with. All right. Okay, let's see here. Looks like we're going to be running into the same problem where the wrong fucking leg is the ground pin. Oh, this is frustrating because I feel like that's my fucking problem and I don't have a correct fucking regulator to put on there. Oh no, they are the same. Okay. No, that can't be right though. Yeah, no, this can't be right. Okay, so here's what I'm looking at. I'll give you guys a sneak peek here, all right? Let me pop over real quick. Okay, so this is where I'm at, right? Fuck off, you fucking bot. Okay, so here's where I'm at. You can see the component we're looking at is U82, right? So that's the component we're looking at. And if we go over to the schematic here, it's showing, so you have the 5 pins, which is exactly what we have, but it's showing that this middle pin is not the ground pin. It's showing that, so we have the input, output, enable. They're saying this pin 2 is ground, and then this is some kind of, I don't know what fault n means, but it's showing that the middle pin should be, it provides some of the 3.3 volt standby, and it's showing pin 2 as ground. Now, unless I'm reading this fucking backwards, which I don't think I am, so we've got pin 4, the enable line, runs to R600, which is right here. And then pin 5 runs to, or connects to cap 1218. Oh, yeah, sorry, hang on. My bad, guys. Okay. Okay. So, according to the schematics, pin 4, which is right here, sorry, I need to split screen this real quick. Okay. So according to the schematics, pin 4 is this one right here, and it runs to R600. And then pin 5, which is right here, runs to cap 1218. So according to this, this is pin 1, which runs to C219 and R20. And this pin, apparently, according to the diagram, which has to be wrong, is not supposed to be ground, but actually runs to this, I'm guessing, database 402, and it's showing that this is supposed to be the ground wire, which doesn't make any sense. It makes zero fucking sense. So the only thing that I can think is that maybe I grabbed the wrong... Yeah, it's a Series X board, yep. Because you can tell by the schematic that this transistor, or this, that this regulator is what enables the 3.3 for the HDMI. And that's what I'm not getting. So it has to be this regulator that's causing the problem. Yeah, so I did see the coder's video on this. The problem with that, so I have both boards. So the one that he pulled, this is a OG Xbox One board. The one that he pulled was directly behind the USB port, or the Ethernet port rather, directly behind the Ethernet port, which is right here, and to the left. But that one on mine is a 3-pin. It's not a 5-pin. So I did pull the regulator from the HDMI circuit right here. That's the one that's currently on there. So I'm thinking that maybe that's not the correct transistor. The only problem is the schematic that I have for the OG Xbox does not load up properly, so I can't check it for sure. But I'm thinking where did I put that Series S board? And then I have an Xbox One S board here. But on that HDMI circuit, it's again just a 3-pin connector. D5, D3. Oh man, this is a pain in the tuchus, is what it is. I think I just have to keep pulling regulators and see which one ends up working. Okay, hold up, wait a minute. Let me pop over to Facebook. Oh yeah, that's what I'm working on right now, Timbo. I'm pretty sure that's the same one I'm running right now, but let me just double check real quick. Yeah, that's the same one I'm working right now. I appreciate it though. I have a feeling it's just like the regulator is just not correct. For some reason, it's just not reading properly. Because, I mean, it looks soldered well. I mean, it's not the best, but it looks like it's on properly at the very least. Swap up the tips here real quick. Just tighten up the solder joints a little bit at the very least, but I don't think that's going to be my problem. So I'm thinking maybe we just try different regulators and see what works. I mean, that's the only thing I can really think of is just start pulling regulators from boards until I find something that fucking works. Oh shit, hold on. Haha. Hello. Hold a minute. We might have something. We might have something, folks. Oh shit. Oh shit. Hold on. Oh, it's the same fucking thing. You son of a bitch. Okay, hang on. We might have something here. We may have something. Okay, so I found the fucking chip. Okay, so Series X, U82, right next to R600. Series S, where is it? U82, right next to fucking R600. I might be able to pull that one. Oh shit, we might be in luck, boys and girls. Okay, alright, progress. Let's fucking go, baby. Okay, I am hopeful. I am cautiously hopeful. Alright, let's get this one off. Okay. Put this off to the side for just a second. actually. Let's make this easier on ourselves. I'm gonna be so fucking happy if this works. That down. All right, now this is the same regulator off the same rail on the almost the same console. So I would figure it has to be the same fucking specs. Like, it has to be. Hey, David, welcome, buddy. Welcome, welcome. That's fine. I'll clean the bridge up in a second. I just need it to stay in place for a minute. Yeah, right? It's got to be. It's got to be a fair assumption that coming from a Series S to a Series X with it's the same part denoting and everything else, it's got to be a safe assumption that that it's the same component. Okay, perfect. All right, I'm going to come in here with a little bit of flux and just flow that into place properly. Okay. So now it's in place properly. Come in with just a tiny bit more flux, tidy up those joints, and we'll put it back together. Well, we'll clean it up first, and then we'll put it back together enough to test. Heat gun is the Atten 862D. Soldering iron is a Yuan 982. Okay. Let's give it a quick clean. Hopefully that solves our fucking problem. I will be ecstatic if that's the case. Where is my alcohol? God damn it. There it is. Yeah, I'll put it on screen in just a second here once I get this thing put back together. Yeah, it's just a. I mean, it's a rinky dink one that I got from AliExpress, but it does the job, as you can see. A little more alcohol, a little more scrubby. Okay. All right. Let's see what we can do, shall we? Oh yeah, that's the Yuan 982 right there. Okay. I gotta find all my shit. I sure did not, buddy. I sure did not. Let's double check our measurement, shall we? Let's double check. That is a good call, my friend. Okay. So, if we remember before, on that top right pin, we had like 83k ohms coming from the regulator. So now, if we double check that same pin, what do we have? 83.4. Okay, yeah, same thing. And that should be 10k. This is open line. That's ground. And then this should be 10k as well. Taking a second to come back down. settling right around 10K. $10.22, which leads to this cap here, which should show 10K. Yeah, it's doing the same thing. Okay. So probably when it's enabled, it settles at a full, settles at the proper rate. Let's just check around the ESD real quick. What do we have here? So same thing it's doing there. That's at the 2 mega ohms and climbing. That is aggressive. That's 10K. I believe these should both be 0 ohms. Yeah, okay. Okay, the measurements seem to be where they should be. All right, let's give it a shot now that we have the proper regulator on there. And if it's not this, I'm trying to think what else it could possibly be. I would assume because that regulator controls the 3.3 on the HDMI, that had to be the problem, because that's the one voltage that I was missing was the 3.3. And come to think of it, it was the enable line that was doing that crazy resistance reading. So I'm assuming because the chip is not actually enabled, because there's no voltage running to it, that's probably why it's doing the crazy reading on the enable line. What's going on, AB? Welcome in, brother. Welcome, welcome. I'm absolutely lovely. I hope you're doing well. I'll be doing a lot more lovely if this actually works. Okay. Got ribbon cable back in. Got our Southbridge board back in. Hey, that's a fantastic start, my guy. Look, we all got to start somewhere, and that's a fantastic place to start. The process of getting them disassembled and reassembled properly is like 40% of the battle when it comes to that kind of stuff. I can only speak from my experience. I learned literally everything I know about this business on YouTube. I followed people that were way smarter than me when it came to this shit. I learned what they did. I watched how they learned how to diagnose. I got involved with a lot of the community around here. A lot of the people that you'll see in the chat here are people that have been with me for a long fucking time. They're part of the main YouTube repair community. They're an awesome group of people, with the exception of Tricklogical. Don't pay any attention to Tricklogical whatsoever. But outside of that, everybody else is fantastic. And I only joke about Trick. But stick around, man. Honestly, if it's something you really want to get involved with, stick around. Come to the live streams. Not just me, of course. Joey Does Tech, The Coder, Toltec Merc, anybody, Dave's Unbranded, anybody who's doing live stream repairs. It's a fantastic place to learn all about this stuff, man. Okay, let's just double check our diode readings, make sure we're still getting all the correct readings that we're supposed to have. Basically on the diode pin, on the data lines only. That's the only thing I'm really worried about right now is the data lines. Okay, yep, we're good. 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 See, that's the only one that concerns me. Because I feel like, isn't 14 supposed to be open line? But I'm not getting that. I'm getting a voltage drop reading. I feel like it's either 14 or 15 is supposed to be open line, and I have readings on both of them, which is concerning. Oh, absolutely. What Chris said. Find cheap, broken stuff like the Xbox One S and PlayStation 4s. You can find those for cheap on eBay, like 40, 50 bucks, depending on where you're at. Start off on easier stuff. Watch YouTube videos on how to diagnose, all that kind of stuff. And just keep plugging away, man. Trust me, I've been doing this channel for about 2.5 years now, and I have had way more fuck ups than I have had immediate successes. So don't be afraid to fuck up. That's the biggest thing I can tell you. Soldering is definitely it's a skill like any other, man. You got to practice at it. You got to get better at it. I'm actually in the process of trying to teach my son how to work on HDMI ports and stuff like that, so he can help earn himself some money and get working on a car for himself, because he's getting about that age now. God, I'm fucking old. But I tell you, soldering is a technique and an art just like any other. You got to keep practicing, man. Okay, well, let's get this power board plugged in. Let's get our power supply plugged in. Okay, now let's just make sure. Just check voltage real quick while it's off. Yeah, see, something's still not right. I'm almost positive I should have 3.3 in standby. Oh, absolutely, my friend. Best of luck to you. The earlier you can get started, the better. Check out AliExpress. Try and find used equipment wherever you can get it, my friend. Yeah, something's still not right. So that's not my only problem then. Okay, let me just double check. Make sure I'm not losing my shit here. I'm wondering if it could still well be the ESD. I don't know if the ESD provides the 3.3 volt for for the data lines. Yeah, still nothing. Still nothing. Which means that transistor I had on, or the regulator I had on there, probably was fine, and I have other issues. But it is the 3.3 volt that I'm having trouble with. It is that specifically. So what I need to find out what else controlled. I appreciate you, brother, man. Thank you so much. Genuinely, that means the world to me. Thank you. I appreciate it. All right, let me just. Hell yeah, Groupier. Love that shit, man. I am knocking on 40's door, and I started about 3 years ago. So you're never too early or too late to get started. Okay. So the regulator has got it back working. It's turning on, but something is still not right. So the question is, do I try the ESD or do I try another retimer? Because the retimer is showing that it should be fine. Hell yeah, that's what the fuck I'm talking about, Crew Beer. I love that shit. Oh, so much easier with quality tools. I did not notice that, Chris. Let's take a look real quick. Yeah, you're not wrong, man. I've never had the pleasure of having Phil in a chat, but I'm also in the US and he's in the UK and he's got kids and all kinds of stuff to worry about. So I don't know. One of these days, maybe we'll get lucky enough to have him pop in for a while. That'd be pretty cool. Phil and Steve over at Tronics Fix were the two main ones that I was watching when I really got into this. So they were huge inspirations when I started doing this kind of stuff. I'm going to wiggle this out carefully. Did you guys know that these little ribbon cables can slice your fucking finger open? I don't know if you can quite see this here, but yeah, that ribbon cable sliced the fuck out of my finger. Bit, welcome, my friend. Exactly. You will learn more from every mistake you make than any success you have. That is 100% facts. Okay. So let's pop this back off. Let's have a look here. Alright, so I'm going to put it on the microscope one more time. Alright, I'm going to go use the restroom real quick, and I'll come back and we'll double check that ESD, as well as I'm going to pull up the schematic again and see what other components regulate the 3.3 standby for the HDMI. So bear with me just a moment. Pee break. All right, we're back. Okay, so let's have a look around the ESD real quick. Maybe through the course of me replacing the HDMI port and the voltage regulator, maybe we had a bridge underneath the ESD. Certainly possible. Wouldn't surprise me. All right, so let's take a look here. Yeah, I mean, that looks pretty solid. Yeah, again, those look solid. I don't know about that one. That one looks a little fucky. Looks a little bit fucky. Yeah, I mean, those look okay. Wait, is that cracked? Hang on, let me try and get a little closer there. Is that cracked? Am I cracked? I can't tell if that's because that looks uneven. Is that cracked on that side? I still don't like the way this looks. That bothers me. Something about that just does not look right. I'll tell you what. Let me pull up my schematic again. Let me see if I can find something that is controlling the 3.3 volt standby, and see if it does run from the ESD. Because if it does, that would make more sense. Because that voltage regulator is 100% good. So let me take a look real quick. Let me check my schematics real fast. That is U21. It does. Hang on, let me check something real quick. Yeah, that is that. Sorry, I'm trying to learn how to read these fucking schematics, and it is a fucking nightmare. Is that a solder ball into the number 2M? Hang on, which one are you talking about? No, I see what you're saying. No, that's a VIA. You're talking about this right here? This little point right here? Okay, so just to give you guys an idea of what I'm looking at, So this is the ESD controller right here. So we have the 5-volt that runs from this point here up to the 5-volt right here. And that's cap 478, which I believe is on the back side. And then we have this right here. I don't know what any of these things mean, just to be clear. But we have, it runs through C3 and connects to C25. So the VDDIC connects from here and does connect to the 3.3 volt standby at C25. So it does have something to do with the 3.3 volt standby. And C25 is right here. So, I mean, I don't suppose it would hurt to just switch out the ESD. I mean, I have a spare. I suppose I could just put a different ESD on there and see if that fixes our problem. If not, we're not any further, it's not more broken. So, yeah, fuck it. Let's take the ESD off. Let's replace it. Even though we have 5 volts, it could be that's what's causing our 3.3 volt error. Because, so just to reiterate here, maybe you guys can see what I'm saying here and follow me on my thought process. So you can see on this angle, right? Now, even that looks kind of cracked. Let me grab one real quick and see if it's actually cracked. Hang on a second. Let me grab one of my spares. Okay, so this is one of my spare ESDs. I'm just going to turn it around. So yeah, I mean, there's a slight separation, but okay, so this side is the one I'm concerned about. Okay, so you can kind of see, trying to get as close to a side angle as I possibly can here. But if you look on the side of the chip, you'll see that it's like a separation, right? You can see the top layer, there's a line in the middle, and then a bottom layer. You guys see what I'm talking about? It's like it's a chip sandwich kind of thing. So bear in mind that pin 1 point up at the top left there. Because if we go... Actually, I'm going to have to move this real quick. God damn it. So if we go back to the ESD that's currently on there, so we see that top left pin right there, right? But if I turn it to face the same direction that the other chip was, let me pull this back up a second. Ugh. Yeah, you can see it much better there. It's almost like it's cracked. You see what I'm saying? Like it's not an even sandwich. It's very slight, but it is there. All right, fuck it. Let's swap out the ESD. It's not going to hurt anything. The ESD does have a 3.3 standby enabler on it, so it could very well be part of the problem. Well, we don't know it's an ESD issue just yet. I'm taking a shot in the dark if I'm being 100% honest. But the regulator that enables the 3.3 liter, Jesus, the 3.3 volt is working properly, at least according to everything I can see. Oh, wow. I've seen cracked inductors work. I mean, an inductor is just a coil of wire anyway, so, I mean, as long as it's holding the way it's supposed to, I don't see why that would be a problem. I'm not happy with how that wicking went, so I'm going to get some fresh wick on it and just give it another go. That's better. Hey, Ace, welcome in, buddy. All right, that's pretty close. All right. And turn my airflow way down. All right, that should be enough to at least have it in place. We'll just give it a quick nudge. Make sure the solder balls have at least bonded. Very gentle nudge in case they haven't. Okay, good. Solder balls are in place. Now we come in with the flux. Crank our airflow back up. Okay, so that is now floated. And I am no longer confident with that. Hang on. I'm pretty sure that floated on me pretty hard. Maybe not. No, it definitely doesn't look like it's sitting right. Ooh, that's hot. Ah, there we go. Yeah, it's not sitting properly. Yeah, there we go. It floated on me. All right. Can I reflow it into place? That is the question. Or do I have to get another chip? If I have to get another chip, that's going to kind of suck a little bit. Won't be the end of the world, but it will suck a tiny bit. There we go. All right. I feel a little better about that. Let's hopefully make sure we don't have any bridges here. I gotta let that board cool down quite a bit, so bear with me a moment here. I don't know shit about PS2s. All right, let's see if we can start getting some views here without turning the board up. No, not really. Unfortunately, it's just too hot right now. I don't with this being a glass chip, I don't want to risk anything. Oh, you motherfucker. I swear to God, this fucking microscope is going to be the goddamn death of me. Okay. Let's see what we can see. Alright, those seem to be okay. I think. Yep, seems to be okay. Oh, no, that's bridged. That's badly bridged. Okay. Alright, we'll put a new chip on. Fair enough. Now I've got to tidy up a little bit. Where is my dental pick? Yeah, I know. I saw. That's what we're gonna come in here and fix up. That did not work out the way I wanted it to. We're just gonna try again. Yeah, even that's too much. I just need little dabs, little baby dabs. That's all I need. Unfortunately, working on traces this small, this is what happens. Baby dabs, that's right. All right. That should be fine for what I need. Cure it real quick. Come with just a little bit of hot air. Help it along. All right, grab another chip. I really got to try to be more careful with these. They are a limited supply. All right, that looks good. Ballin'. You goddamn right, baby. All right. Here we go. So I'm at 480 and I'm down to 20% airflow. Nope. 20% too much. Too much at 20%. Oh, you know why? Because I'm supposed to have the tiniest bit of flux down to help it stay in place. That's why. That's why it's a problem. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah, see, even that is way too much. So we're going to spread that around a little bit with cotton swab. Hopefully just enough to help keep it in place. Okay. We're going to go down to 10%. You know what? 15%. All right. Gently increase it to 20%. Okay. And give it a quick little nudge. Make sure the solder is bonded, at least a little bit. Ah, that board is scorching fucking hot. Okay. It has indeed bonded. So I'm going to put a tiny, tiny bit of flux next to it, and I'm going to increase my airflow ever so slightly. And put it up to 50%. I am pretty happy with that. I saw the chip sit for a second. Looks like it's in place pretty well. We'll go around and check the balls again, as usual. I just gotta let the board cool down a little bit before we get into all that. All right. That board is still extraordinarily hot, so I'm going to have to be super careful with lifting and doing things. Okay. Those look good. Board's still very hot. Those look good. Yep, we're going to check that as well. I'm just double checking the solder balls aren't bridged up like last time. Oh, no bridges there. Okay, those all look good. Okay, after a little bit of trepidation, we got there. Like I said, the board is still warm, so I'm gonna. The readings I get may not be 100% accurate, but I do have to clean up a little bit. All right. So come in, let's move this over just a tiny bit. So we are now in diode mode. Check this cap right here. 0.37 is about normal. 0.6 is about normal. 0.64 is normal. 0.7 seems normal. 0.7. 0.61. 0.62. Yeah, I'm pretty sure those are all normal readings around there. Well, we'll find out for sure in just a moment here. Actually, real quick, let's just double check our diode reading on pin 19. Make sure that's getting an accurate reading. Yeah. Okay, so accurate reading on pin 19 for the ESD filter, so that's positive. That's a good sign, at least. Oh, let's make sure we don't do the dumb thing. Make sure we put our fucking clamp back on. I would honestly be very shocked if this actually fixed it. I'm not going to lie, I don't have a lot of confidence in this repair. But there is a point on the ESD chip that feeds the 3.3 volt, so it's at least worth a shot. Because nothing else seems to be doing the fucking job right now. Okay. Okay. Power cord. Okay. Moment of truth. What do we think, guys? Will we have our 3.3 volt standby? What do we think? Let me give a minute to get some answers in the chat here. Let's see what everybody thinks. Is everybody as pessimistic as I am? Ah, Russ got some optimism. All right, excellent. Well, let's find out. Move this over just a tiny bit here. We can all see together. All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Nope. Nope. Still no 3.3 standby. Well, let's turn it on real quick. So it's on. Do we still have our 5 volts from the ESD? We do not. Okay. So the ESD is not sat properly. Okay. Okay. So we need to reflow the ESD. It is not sat properly because I don't have 5 volts coming to the pins that I had previously. Okay. No big deal. We'll reflow it real quick. I'm fine with that. I am totally fine with that. No biggie. I mean, it sucks, but hopefully our little reflow will get it into the place that it needs to be. No problem, 8-Bit. Thanks for coming in, buddy. I appreciate it. All right. You know, I am interested. I think there's a 3.3 standby test point on this board. If I can get the 12 volts connected in here. Yeah, there it is. Okay. Let me check that real quick. to see if I even have a 3.3 on standby. I should be able to test that with just this 12-volt connector in. Because 3.3 is what I was missing initially. Before I did the ESD swap, I had the 5 volts on pin 18 for the ESD, but I had no 3.3 standby on the HDMI pins. And I'm currently checking it at the 3.3 standby SOC test point. You know what? That might not. Well, no, it's standby. It should be on. It was missing on the data lines for the HDMI port. I think you were here last time when I did a Series X, and it was the ESD. It was missing that 5 volt on pin 18, but it had 3.3 standby on the data lines for the HDMI port. This one was the direct opposite. It had 5 volt on 18, but it didn't have the 3.3 standby on the HDMI pins. But the ESD does have a point that leads to the 3.3 standby enable. So that's why I replaced that, thinking that maybe it was a problem there. I'm almost positive we had it last time, didn't we? I'm pretty sure the data lines, so 1, 3, 4, 6, 7, 9, 10, and 12, I think should have 3.3 on standby. Are we 100% sure on that? Okay, then 15, 16, and 18, 5 volt. Okay. Well, also, help me out here. Diode mode. Pin 14 or 15 is supposed to be open line, right? Okay. Well, that's good to know. I could have swore I had 3.3 standby. So here, let me show you why I'm confused. Oh, fair enough. So if I look up this transistor U82, so it's showing right here that there's a 3.3 standby HDMI enable right here. And same thing right here, 3.3 standby HDMI. So am I just reading that wrong? All right, let's make sure we got our 5 volt back at the very least. All right, so we are booted. Oh, it shut itself down. It might be too hot. Oh, I'm stupid. I'm dumb. I didn't put the fucking APU clamp on. Hang on. That's why it shut itself off. That was dumb. That's how you know I'm getting tired. I'm making stupid fucking mistakes. Well, let's put the APU clamp back on and try that again, shall we? Okay, now that the clamp is back in place, let's try this again. Okay. All right. Let's just make sure we have our 5-volt back. Okay, good. Back to 5 volts. Excellent. Okay, that's positive. Yeah, so pin 1 is fluctuating around 360 millivolts. Pin 3, same thing. Pin 4 is about 0.77 volts. 6, same thing, 0.78. 7, 0.66 volts. 9, 0.65 volts. 10, just basically no voltage on 10. It's fluctuating all over the place. 12, same thing, fluctuating all over the place. Oh. So, retimer, I guess? I mean, I just replaced the retimer. Okay. All right. Fair enough. I'll tell you what, to make it safer, I'm going to steal it from a donor board because the ones I grabbed are from AliExpress and I don't know if they work. So, what I'll do is I'll grab it from a donor board. This way I know it's an OEM chip that is supposed to work properly. Okay. All right. Well, that gives me some hope that we can still fix this at least. All right. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, I did replace it. I can always reflow it and just double check everything. The diode readings were coming up as correct, but I mean, that doesn't mean anything if it's not getting the proper voltage, I suppose. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that looks good. That is slightly off. Yeah. All right, let's reflow it real quick. Yeah, it's slightly off center. Yeah, see, now it looks off on the other side. Oh, no, that looks okay. Yep, that looks good. Clear away some of that flux. Yeah, that's all in place. Yeah, they definitely are. Okay. Well, I squeezed a little more solder out, so it may not have been seated all the way down, and it definitely was off center just slightly. On this side here. That's better seated now. All right. You know what? Maybe I just did the encoder wrong and I've been chasing a fucking dragon this whole goddamn time. That is entirely possible. I would not surprise myself if that was the case. Let me just double check this side. This side just looks weird and it's bothering me. Hang on. No, yeah, it's fine. It seems to be okay. All right, let me give it a scrubble of a dub dub. Yeah, it seems to be okay now. Okay. Let's try again. Two PS5s running same time, same everything, same game, same model, but one PS5 exhaust temps are 5 degrees Celsius hotter than the other one. Whichever one's running hotter is the one that's putting out that extra 5 degrees, bud. I would probably double check the liquid metal and the dust on the heat sink for that kind of temperature. Also the fan as well. 5 degrees Celsius really isn't. I mean, unless it's pushing like 180, it's really not going to make that much of a difference. And I'm thinking Celsius, or Fahrenheit, by the way. But even 5 degrees Celsius really isn't going to make that much of a difference unless it's like burning hot and shutting down. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, that's totally fine. There's going to be some temperature fluctuation. It's all variant. It's totally normal. Okay. So now with the encoder reseated and reflowed, let's make sure it still turns on. Okay, so we still got power. That's good. Let's check the voltages that we have on our pins here. Yeah, it's certainly possible. All right, just going to make sure I still have 5 volts first. 5 volts is there. All right, pin 1. And nope, same shit. Pin 9, no. Yeah, now I just have no voltages at all on some of these. Yeah. So starting with pin 1. Yeah, now I just have no voltage at all. Oh, there we go. I guess maybe I just didn't have a good connection. Am I in the right pin? Okay. Yeah. Pin 1, I'm at like 450 millivolts. Pin 3, same thing. Pin 4, same thing. That's 5. Pin 6. Yeah. No worries, brother. No worries at all. Pin 7. Yeah, I'm just getting the same shit voltages. And I am assuming, just to appease my own curiosity, that I'm still not going to have any signal if I try to turn the TV on. Yeah, still no signal. Shut this down real quick. So the only thing I can think to try is taking the encoder from a donor board, which I know is OEM and not an AliExpress one, and try and put that on there. Yeah, no signal at all. All right, that's the last thing I'm going to try on this for tonight. So let's try it real quick. It's already getting late where I am. All right, so let's try that. That'll be the last thing I do before I shut the stream down for tonight. All right. So first things first, let me grab the donor chip. Yeah, I'm going to grab a donor one from the board because that was a brand new chip that I put on. That was brand new from the packaging. So I could have just got a ship batch from Ali. That's definitely possible. So we will take a donor. Oh yeah, absolutely. All right. Donor is off. I'll give it a quick 10. Okay, that's fine. Okay, make sure we got it in the right orientation. Very important. Because I'm going to try and hot swap this as best I can anyway. Come in with some flux. Help it flow into place. There. Good there. See that solder bubble right there? Let's get that out of there. Okay, that's all lined up. Yep, all lined up. Okay, yep, that is once again all lined up. Oh, all right. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Nope. Nope. No fingers crossed. I put it on fucking backwards. God damn it. Well, at least I caught it. Motherfucker. Oh, not a shining moment of brilliance for Roy's repair and resale. God damn it. I put it on upside down. Son of a bitch. Alright, let's fix it. Fuck you, Trick. Fuck you. Nah, it's also late here, so. Oh, and I gotta fix that cap. All right, let's flip that around. Motherfucker. Ah. You know what, Ace? You're probably right about that. I probably would not have. Okay. And we're going to come back in here. We're going to put some more flux down now that the capacitor is back in place. Okay. Let's try this again. That board is scorching fucking hot right now, so we're gonna clean up this flux and then let it chill. Yeah, that would be a whole lot of pads to test. Okay, let's double check our positioning once again. That looks good. It's oriented correctly this fucking time. Thank God. That's good. You motherfucker. Okay. Chip is fully aligned. Board is still way too hot to even think about fucking trying to put it on. So we're gonna put some IPA on there and scrub a dub dub. We're gonna sit for like a minute or two. We're gonna let this thing cool down a bit. Oh. Just gonna tidy up that one cap that came loose. I don't like how it's sitting. Okay, that makes me feel better. Yeah, that's better. All right. Here we go. This is the last attempt I am making, and I am shutting the stream down, win or lose. I have to get to fucking bed. Oh. All right. Yeah. Everything crossed. Call in the Red Cross. I don't fucking know. Somebody help. Where the hell did my tweezers go? Yes, they do. Penis in a knot. That's what I'm talking about. The old dick twist. Okay. Here we go. Let us first, of course, make sure we still have power. We do indeed still have power. That is good news. All right. Breakout board is in. Okay. So, first things first. Do I still have 5 volts? I do. Please, dear God. Hey, that's a change. That's 2 volts. That's 3.3 volts. Damn it. Damn it. No, I was so happy. Why would you steal my happiness? Damn it. Why would you do this to me? That's so rude. Just for shits and giggles. What the fuck? That's on. That's displaying. Okay. Hold up. Hold up. Wait a minute. I don't believe it. I don't trust it yet. This thing has hurt me. I've been hurt. I've been hurt so many times. Oh, I can't hook up a fucking. I can't hook up a controller because it doesn't have the sync button connected. Fuck. Ain't no fucking way. Ain't no fucking way. Okay. Now here's the real test. Now that we actually have picture, I lied. This is not the last thing I'm going to do. Because here's the other thing that has happened with this console. I didn't think I would get picture. I'm being 100%. I did not think that would work. So, here's the other thing that has happened with this console. When I changed the transistor last time, I put it back in the chassis, in the box, and then tried to turn it on, put it all back together, put it back on, and then it went right back to beep on, beep off. So, we are either going to be extraordinarily happy. I did plug it in. It didn't connect. We're going to put it back together, and we are going to test it when it's fully back together. And I'm either going to be super happy, and I'm going to go to bed with a big smile on my face, or I'm going to be really sad. I'm going to be big clown sad. All right? Okay. I lied. We're doing one more thing. I did not expect that to work. I'm just being 100%. Okay. So I need to feel the true jubilation. If this actually works. Oh, damn it, why did I do that? That actually needed to be plugged in, damn it. Okay, so I'm going to put this back together. Yeah, sometimes that's just the way it be. Okay, what am I doing? Sorry, guys. You can't even see what I'm doing. Let me finish putting it back together. Woo! I'm not out of the woods yet, but damn, is that a good starting point. See, this isn't sitting down properly, and it worries me. Whatever. I'll deal with that at another point in time. Let's finish putting it back together. First and foremost. No, 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 nope. I almost fucked up. I did the same shit the last time I tried to work on this. I almost fucked up. Ace came through in the fucking clutch. For all the shit I've given Ace, and yeah, all of the shit he's also given to me in kind. The fact that we can sit here and roast the fuck out of each other in this community and still come through in the fucking clutch is massive. Yep. If this works, I will repaste it. I'm not doing it right now, obviously. But if this works fully put back together, I will go back and repaste it. But I need to see it working fully put back together before I make that commitment. And I will do that tomorrow. Okay. Fix that problem. I remember I had this bitch all the way back together before I found that fucking shit last time, so I'm glad I caught it this time. Yeah, Chris, and see, that's one of the things with Switches as well, man. Xboxes and Switches are not my friends. Like, we cohabitate, but we ain't cool like that. Okay. Clean off some of this dust over here. You motherfucker. Ugh. Okay. Oh, I know. Trust me. I am unfortunately afflicted with the never give up disease. But I meant it when I said if that didn't work, I was going to bed. I was going to give up on it. I'm not going to lie. Okay. So this is going to be the real test. We have display now, which is fantastic. However, like I said, I have run into an issue where I had put this thing fully back together and it went back to being a beep on, beep off. Now that could be because I put the wrong regulator on it the first time. It is certainly possible. But I'm not going to trust anything until this thing is fully back together and working, to be clear. Let's be very clear about that. All the way back together and working. Okay. Let me put my power board back in. Oh, what a night. What a fucking night. That's fucking right. Yeah, I know. I know it. And sometimes I should know when to call it quits, but I also knew that I was really fucking close on this. Like, I've come so far with this fucking console. This is 4 hours tonight. I have worked on this for a week. And I've come so fucking far. If it works, I will find a filter that I can put on this screen, and my next stream will be in a bunny hat in honor of Joey, who will never wear the bunny suit. Don't you clip it. Don't you fucking clip it. Okay. This is as much as I had it together the last time it failed. Okay. So it's all going to come down to this. Hey, Sean. Welcome to the end of the stream, my friend. All right. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. It's staying on. Holy fucking shit. All right. I am a man of my word. I am a man of my word. I will find some kind of plug-in that will allow me to wear a bunny hat. Son of a bitch. Yep, works in 4K and everything. All right. Look, a bet's a bet. I will find some kind of filter or plug-in that I can put on my face camera so that every time I am in view of the camera, I will be on a bunny hat. Woo! Let's fucking go, baby. Oh, this thing has pissed me off for a week. A week. Oh, Jesus Christ. That's beautiful. That's absolutely beautiful. Oh, thank you guys so much. Genuinely, I appreciate all of your help. Everybody who came through tonight to even just to support the channel, say a few kind words, roast the fuck out of me. Ace, you came through in the fucking clutch with the information that I needed. And I'm going to fucking bed. Thank you guys so much. I love all of you, genuinely. I appreciate you taking the time to spend it out here with me. The giveaway is still ongoing. We're on the road to 500 YouTube subscribers and 100 Twitch followers, and we're going to give away the ROG Ally handheld. It's going to be beautiful. I love you guys. Have a wonderful evening. Oh, wait. I can't leave yet. Just kidding. Wait. I'm just kidding.